Let's see. Let me get caught up here. Crypto being 24/7. I've been sleep deprived for a decade now. Man, I'll tell you what, if I was trading crypto, I probably would be too. I mean, futures is 24/7 as well, but just having more options like that with crypto as well, probably be dangerous for my sleep. Monster, did I add the thing? Are you talking about the news thing? I have it implemented. I don't have it changing any of my like on the fly setups yet. Essentially, what I want it to do is like if we receive, oh no, the cool this. Sorry, Monster. You gotta let me know what you're talking about. The cool this. Man, I don't know. I tried everything with the heat map. Doesn't work. Huh. That's weird. Monster, what's the cool thing? Oh, the voice thing? No, I didn't add that. I did add the. I mean, it should be posting every once in a while though. So I did add that. But the cool voice thing, nah, I did not add that. But what I was saying earlier was that it would be cool if you could figure out how to do the like the slash command where people can post their trades, direction, and like take profit. That would be super sick. And then I was saying I'd probably have to create like a graphical user interface where I could overlay it on the stream. That would be cool, and it would just keep track of people's trades. Looking like we have a little bit of rounding out here potentially, but similar to what I was saying yesterday, when we have a strong push up and we're looking like we're potentially trending, down here can be a good setup to take it long. Assuming we don't do something like that. Oh, hey Toms, what's going on, man? Sorry, I saw your message this morning. I didn't reply yet, but happy to chat with you later. 3-bar reversal, 5-minute on M&Q. And this is a short setup, and this is a short setup, but I have been essentially discounting them because of this big bullish move. Okay, you're trying a little short here, huh? Let's see if this works. I think I put this in. Psych. Bitcoin either breaks the range and needs to find liquidity downwards or flips here. Yeah, let me check that out. Yeah. Man, it's looking a little bearish to me. That Bitcoin chart, kind of on the bottom part of that profile distribution, the value area low, and you just got, you know, lower highs, lower lows coming down. I don't know, unless it bounces right from here. Looking like this doesn't want to come back down. This could just be another leg that we're creating a new high with. At least that's what it's looking like for the time being. Tom, you got your stop above here, this high. It's looking like we're squeezing, unfortunately. GG. Yeah, Asia was insane last night. It's funny looking back at the beginning of the Asia session, because just in context, you know, to this big move that we ended up doing, like right in here was where I was initially trading, took this long, and then got stopped out here with this violent move. But ended up entering in here and caught all of that. So I was pretty happy about that. I woke up and essentially it was flipped my week from red to green. Okay, Monster. You don't think it can't be tracked with streamer.bot, huh? But yeah, we could definitely do that. Or I could definitely do that. Essentially, it's scraping the chat. I used to just do Excel counter trading people in Bitcoin trading view chats and find win rate to counter them. That makes sense, man. You kept a spreadsheet of like the overall public bias from TradingView. Okay, copy that, Monster. All right, I could definitely check that out. That would be cool, though. I like that idea. I could actually have it run. Damn. That's a nice expansion. I could actually have it run in sync with my UDP feed from NinjaTrader, so it can keep track of stop losses and wins. Damn, look at this expansion, y'all. That was like 100 points. God, this is insane. Man. All right. This would have been a nice setup long here. Good Lord. 200 points and 2 candles. 100 points per minute. Jeez. Okay. This is the flip zone for me. It could continue expanding here. I'm not going to take this, but man, 2 minutes, 200 points. All right, Psych, I'm looking at that. That's ES. Man, I'm thinking in my mind that it would be pretty wild if this thing just started coming down. It doesn't look like it's going to. I was just thinking like that would be a super wild move. And last night we had a couple of those that happened, much smaller but still significant. Where we would drive up like that. And I mean that right there was, like 150, 170 points or something, where it pushed up immediately within a few candles and then just drove back down. It's looking like we've got a change in control that happened though. The Adam and Eve you called last night was the bottom. The bottom. Oh, over here. Wait, where was it? It was before the close, right? Over here. Yeah, is the Adam and Eve a bullish setup? Because cup and handle is bullish. But yeah, we wiped out all these lows big time. It was a crazy session. Damn, look at this. Just swept the overnight high right here. I'm going to try a little short here. I'm going in small. We swept that overnight high. Just looking for a potential revisit, maybe halfway in this range or potentially even all the way back down here. Support down here at 126. Bottom shorters broke Bitcoin, popped up. So it swept that value area and then popped back up. Damn, you expecting a bullish move out of it? Or just a retracement and then re-short? I'll add right here. Yeah, I hear you on that, Psych. Yeah, buyers aggressive up here. Looking for any signs that sellers are going to come back in, and right now it's not looking fantastic. But I do like this overnight sweep setup. Might get one more add in if I can find some good order flow up here. I like what happened at 24,200 so far. Little bit of absorption up here. Seeing those aggressive dyers kind of back off, buyers die off just a little bit. 24,200 just had support there. All right, breaking below 200 is good. It's looking like it's in the clear for the time being, at least. Don't want to see it get back above 24,200, essentially. Little support at 175. Did quite a bit of testing on fair value gaps also, and the 15-minute fair value gap has by far actually the highest success rate. Might anticipate a revisit down to 2450 in this still low volume node right here. First, we got to get over this area where we got absorbed previously, 24,146. And if we can get down from there, maybe we can see a nice move down here. Let's make sure I highlight this. And we've got a pretty wide gap here. So it really could be anywhere in here. Just want to watch out for buyers defending in those gaps, though. You know, it could be wise to go break even pretty quickly as well, considering we're going against, you know, this big ass move right now. It might be time for that once we break, if we can break below here and start closing below 146 and sellers start getting aggressive, it might be worth it to go break even. Just in case we get a big defense down here and a huge pump up. Adjusting at least some of my stop here. So you can see we are having a little trouble right here. I can see it right at 24,161. Let me pull this up so you guys can check it out. Right here, you can see support. You can also see this big seller right here. This big seller right here. This big seller right here. So it's looking good so far. All right, essentially, you know, I'm going to be waiting for order flow to tell me when to exit this. When we start hitting some floors down here and finding some passive support. Right there at 24,100, kind of an anticipatory level. We could expect support, 24,100. We got some aggressive buyers. And then 24,120, we got a passive seller there. So hopefully that passive seller at 120 is holding us down. I would say could start to look a little dangerous if we cross above 120 and start getting aggressive to the buy side. So I'll probably put this up in here so that if we do get aggressive above 120, I can at least take something off. I'm down to go break even with the rest. Your poor laptop versus your footprint charts. Dude, I feel you, man. Order flow is heavy on the CPU. Oh man, yeah, but I think we all could use just the you know, the latest and greatest to use for our trading. That's one thing, you know, I've talked about this before. I don't, you know, I'm not a materialistic person. I don't spend a lot of money, but that's one thing that like is worth investing in. Just like sitting down at your computer and just knowing that it can handle anything. I mean, you can see here, you know, based on the wicks, I'm checking out the footprint. It doesn't look extremely aggressive on the support side. Now we're breaking above that 120, so I'm going to get that one stop out. We might just be digging into here a little bit and then coming back down, but I would say this is looking a little supporty right here. Getting aggressive, buyers getting aggressive up here. Next level is 160. If you're feeling feisty, you know, after this rejection up here, you could be adding into it. I'm going to go ahead and add right there. Pull my stop down. It's going to be just above this red candle high. Thanks, Tom. Let's see if it works out. You know, we're getting a little support here, and definitely worried that, you know, these buyers could get aggressive, take it back up to these highs. Okay, Monster, let me check that out. Looking like this might be a stop out right here, unfortunately. That's looking pretty good, Monster. Appreciate the try, Monster. Okay, so, you know, what's the anticipated move here? You know, I don't know if I believe just yet that we're going to break these. We could be, because I think we got squeeze potential, but might have a valid re-entry short up here. Let's see how we react around 200. Little rejection at 190. I'm going to give it just a second. It could come right back down. But I'm still worried about this big squeeze. Like it, you know, if we come up here and buyers decide to get aggressive, we could squeeze above that overnight high. Leaning a little more toward this not squeezing and coming back down, creating a new low. But I want to see if buyers are done up here. You know, I don't want to see them continuing to be interested in buying at higher and higher prices. So I'm watching the footprint right now. Let's see what this push up does. So this is still too much activity from the buyers. You know what I'm seeing? 24,168. We've got some passive selling right there at 168. Okay, aggressive buying at 178. I'm still waiting. Interesting that we got passive buyers and aggressive buyers up here, so I'm gonna chill for a second. This might be coming up. Iger, you got a bounce from 998. Nice entry, brother. All right, aggressive buyers are cooling off a little bit, I'll say. I don't know. They're popping back in here at 92 again. It's looking a little uncertain for me, I guess, is the verdict right now. All right, see, we got that open in this new candle. What's going on? Looks like aggressive buyers kind of having a hard time here. All right, I'm going to try the short again. Got a battle going on right now. Good thing, positive for shorts is I'm seeing a little bit of passive selling kind of pop in, potentially holding price down. 24,172. Yo, what's up, Real Spook? Doing well. Much better day today. Turning the week around. Oil long did really well. We got Psych in here that made a boatload, or I should say a carload. Okay, so same plan here. I want to be safe. Make sure that we're not just gaining momentum for buyers down here that we're going to squeeze up. So I'm probably going to break even on this pretty quickly because we are going against the grain. So I got one stop there. I'll keep the other stop up here. I'm willing to risk that. Anticipating this is going to create a new low here. So maybe we can go down to that 24.50 is kind of what I was looking at. But if we are consolidating in here, look, I might just be safe about it. Take one off down here at 24,100. We could potentially be consolidating. Yeah, let's see. I'm kind of right now I'm leaning toward this coming down maybe to that 25.50, 24.50, or us doing a little range here and potentially getting held up again here at 90. Still looking good on order flow here. We got a passive seller here at just under 120. Two levels of passive selling here, and 123 contracts at 118, 105 contracts at 118.25. Sorry, 18.75 and 18.25. So kind of once again, I don't want to see this getting aggressive above 120. I'll probably do that. I'll have this one take me out. I could see us, coming back up and us kind of consolidating in here for a little bit. Not ideal, have to take these trades off like this, but just considering this big bullish move, I don't want to be risking a ton, because this could squeeze up and get violent. So we did cross back over that 120. Unfortunately, it looked like those passive sellers kind of got, aggressively taken out right there. Seeing support at 24,119. Yes, sir. Yeah, that's right where those passive sellers were, and we broke through. So I think I'm gonna chill on this for now. Having two legs down right here that get stopped. This being a higher low than this one right here is making me think we could be pushing up from here. So not enough so that I want to take it long, especially considering where price is right now, right in the middle of this range. But it's, providing a little counter evidence. We do also have some lower highs in here as well. If this high remains intact, we might anticipate that breaking the low. I think I'm okay with chilling right now. I'm just going to watch. Might have a consolidation going on in here. Let me get a delta profile up in here and see what's going on. Wow, look at that. That's bearish at 24,200. Kind of looking like we're just kind of doing a complex pullback here, like just digging in down here, bouncing back and forth, digging in here, potentially for a setup for a launch long. That's what it looks like. I agree. Yeah, you don't like the shorts. It's not looking great just yet, but I would say this absorption up top could definitely lead to a larger move than what we're seeing in this consolidation. Starting to see volume slow down just a little bit. Well, looking at these, look at the volume previously. I'm looking at the 5-minute volume here. I mean, it's been pretty damn large. It's just this 5 minute candle slowed down a little bit. Wondering if this could be the start of a breakdown from these levels. Let's take a look at the hourly chart. I don't know. Overall looks bullish, right? I don't know. I mean, I think keeping everything in context, we are down, and this, is really just still in pullback range. So like, let's look at this big move down here. We're just at the 50% mark of this move down. So, temporarily, yes, we look bullish, but overall, this is a big short move. The main push is down. And considering what's going on, regardless of what Trump is saying, it all still sounds bad. It all still sounds bad. Like it's like, lipstick on a pig is what it sounds like right now. He's saying that Iran wants to, make peace. We've got a deadline of the 6th. But we're still talking about obliterating them, right? And none of that is bullish except for and energy. So I don't know. I don't want to, put too much emphasis on that, but we are seeing a ton of mixed signals right now. Yes, I did, Monster. It's and I didn't get a chance to digest it. You got a lot going on there. What do you got? What do you got cooking over here? I see psych. I see. Are those a bunch of different EMAs or are those standard deviations? I didn't Fibonacci based SMAs. Okay, copy that. Iran threatening to close the Al Madab Strait 2. I don't think I don't know if I saw that individual headline. I was looking last night, but if you saw it, then yeah, just more ammunition for, mixed signals. All right, looking like we could break through this level that was holding at 24,200. Let's see. You can see that growing right there. We got passive sellers trying to hold this thing down, which, means one of two things. When this breaks, it's going to be explosive, or we're going to hold price down from here. It's looking like buyers are potentially winning this battle right now at 24,200. And if that's the case, we could have a massive squeeze just based on looking at this in context. But if we hold here, we're going to have trapped buyers. So I've got to wait and see how does this play out right here at 24,200. Buyers really pushing it pretty aggressively. So let's see what kind of progress they make here. We got to close above it. Looking like sellers really aggressively pushing this down from here, but I don't think they're out of the woods just yet. Okay, copy that, monster. Good to know. Yeah, so I mean, we got mixed signals, and maybe if we continue dropping, we'll get another Trump tweet on Monday or something, that just reverses all of it. I kind of hate all that because it's like it causes whiplash, and I don't know. I got to be honest. I think that maybe the market might be sick of it too. All right, looks like sellers might have potentially won that battle right there at 24,200. I'm watching carefully, but I might re-enter short here. All right, I'm in short. I'm going small so I can add if we come back up here. It might just be a scalp down to, 24,100. All right, added right there. Stop going above this high. Right now, looking for this 200 to essentially provide protection for this trade. You can see passive buyers here at 175. So the hope here is that, after buyers trying to push up here at 24,200, not having success, that we're going to have some trap buyers up here that are going to add to, a potential sell back down to here. But I would also say this, failing up here could be significant enough to push it to a lower level, create a new low. Looks like another attempt up here potentially to take out this 24,200. Eventually, if we keep seeing that happen and we're pushing up against 24,200, we might be looking at this level as strong as it's been starting to get weak. If buyers are just relentless, kind of like what we've been seeing with sellers lately. Man, I'll tell you what, it looks like that 24,200 level. I did not see a bunch of passive selling happen there. I'm wondering if that resistance is gone. A little bit concerned that 24,200 level did not accumulate anything on the way up right there. We are breaking through some support down here at 24,188. Hovering here at the point of control right here. Looking like we're just kind of mowing through levels on the short side. Not a lot of support showing up here on the order flow. It's looking like it's in the clear for the time being to go short. Next support level we got is 147. Little support coming in at 182. Aggressive buyers at 188. So still looking like this could be at risk, unfortunately. Especially considering that here at 24,200, last time we went up there, it looked like the limit sellers were potentially gone there. All right, things looking good. Little support at 152. Would like to see that just kind of go away. Next level, 147. Yep, going away, melting through, looking good so far. Again, kind of looking like we're in the clear right as, you know, for the time being. This rejection up here 3 times, right, at 24,200. While we didn't see it up here, I'm still counting, you know, 1, 2, 3 rejections from up here. And you can see extremely high volume buyers trying to push this up right here. That being rejected 3 times is what's leading me to believe that we could have a new low here. I think 2450 might be a potential target. Okay, that's good to know, Monster. I mean, it's so silly, you know, the threats like that. It's like, man, don't you know that oil is our #1 priority? And I mean, that's obviously why they're saying it, but that's the quickest way to escalate this thing into total annihilation. It's looking good here. With this candle forming right now, it could be a potential add, even though it's low. I'm going to hold off. We've been rejected down here quite a bit as well, but it is looking like we're going to punch through these levels. Right here, what we want to see is a quick pullback and then turn red. Yeah. All right. Still looks good to me. Definitely would have preferred for this candle to not close green here. It's kind of similar to what happened right here. I'm also thinking if we then come back and approach this 24,200, it might be the one that goes. I still think we're coming down here, but I think if we get all the way back up to 24,200 and buyers are still aggressive, it might take out that level. And here was probably the appropriate ad. You sleepy? You sleepy? When are we gonna go see that movie? You know.
What day?
No lack of. We got a lack of follow through on this candle. Not ideal. I'm gonna add right here. Still looking possible that this is just kind of like a bear flag right here in this fair value gap. I think I can probably safely pull this down just above this 200 level. Again, if it goes up to this 200 level, I'm thinking we could be blasting off from here. Still think we're coming down, but if we get back up here, I might even close it before it hits 200. Kind of looking like bulls might be winning this thing. You know, we got, higher lows right here. We might be blasting off. Yeah. Looking no good. I'm gonna start reducing here. Buyers getting pretty aggressive. I could see down here at starting at 175. Dying off a little bit up here, but I don't know. To me, it's seeming a little suspect that we did not go break these lows. We started building bullish momentum up here, and now we're right back up here at 24,200, where previously resistance pulled out. So I don't know. Looking like we could expand aggressively through here potentially. So tight stops. Support down here at 172. If we blow through that, I might re-add. For now, I'm staying small. All right, approaching that 72, also point of control right here. I don't know how I don't feel as good about this trade now that we kind of came up here. It's looking more like we're just consolidating. So under that 72 now. A little bit of support down here, so I'm not going to add quite yet. So if we have support here, this would be, we got a higher low. We might be gaining some bullish momentum up here and then could be expanding up through that. I still have that in the back of my head, right? That if we break above that 200 level, we're toast. All right, looking pretty good, at least to come back down maybe on this trend line. Yo, thanks, Psych. Appreciate it, man. Nice trades, dude. All right, so, a little bounce here. Let's see how sellers respond. We got a little support showing up at 168. So really what it comes down to right now for me is that I have less certainty on this because I've been holding it for these, trying to break these lows, and each time we're unable to make more progress than the previous time. Okay, sellers responding pretty well here. We got a battle here at 170. It's looking like sellers might be winning. All right, went ahead and added there. I'm going to keep it pretty chill though, just 2. There was a fair value, get it tapped on the 1 hour. Yeah, are you talking down here? $767. Ah, up in here. I see what you're saying. Oh, you meant the previous 1 hour candle. This is the previous 1 hour candle right here. Keep your stops tight if you're in this. Coming back up to 24,200. This is the final boss. This is looking pretty bullish right here. Yeah, we definitely have buyers down here. Looks like a stop out right here. I think buyers are going to keep pushing this thing. Let's see. Oh, I'm closing. We might get it. We might get a big squeeze here. Broke above that 200 level. Not seeing a lot of anything holding us down. Unless it's just buyers die off up here, but right now it's looking scary for shorts. Jeez. I'm watching carefully. I might do one more entry short on this. If it looks like that was actually all the buyers were going to do right there is just pop those stops. All right. One more try. I don't know how to feel about this. Buyer's looking aggressive again. Kind of a tough call here. This could have been a probe, and then we really do a big push up, but I don't know. This is kind of a weird consolidation here after this big ass move. A monster. Yep, sure does, man. Yeah, 767. I appreciate the feedback. I was kind of teetering back and forth between just sitting out, watching, and seeing if after this breaks, if we go all the way up here. I think I might have got in with a little bit of FOMO there. So I might see if I can close this. I'll just put this at break even, and if it comes up, then I'll sit out. It was definitely like a FOMO entry. There was the only little bit of logic I had there was that it swept. Man, I would have been so much better off if every time it came down to this trend line, if I just took my profit off. All right, we might be blasting off. Let's see. Yeah, Monster, I went break even on that. So the thesis on that was we had a sweep overnight high and massive absorption up here from sellers. So we had the big limit sellers up here holding price down, and the thesis was that they were going to hold it down, not let this expand until revisiting here, and then we could come back up. But looking like maybe that was incorrect. One of the things you'll see in moves like this where we're consolidating back and forth is, again, it like if you guys have been trading for a long time, it'll push you to the limits, and then sometimes it'll work. After the last the scenario that would be the most annoying here, right, is that it just stopped me out, and then after being in this swing move from here, 1, 2, 3, 4, essentially 5 times, it stops me out that final time, and then it'll go. And I'm not going to get in because of FOMO, but let's just watch. And this was my target. Let's just keep track and see if we actually hit this. Yeah, 767. That was my bet too. But let's see. I've tried this so many times. I don't know if I want to let it deter me to not try and take it if it looks really good. I just don't want to get in out of frustration. It's looking like sellers pushing this down right now, potentially. Remember what happened yesterday? What happened yesterday, 767? Seller stepped in. Ah, yeah. Yes, I do remember that. I remember it very well. Yeah, it just dumped. All right, this is one of the first times in all of these moves right here where we've had something like this come up, go to the bottom of the range, pump up, get rejected twice right here. That 2 times rejection, I don't believe it's happened in here. Isn't that funny? It's pretty hilarious. I'm in for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these, and then on the 6th one it stops me out. And then sellers decide to start pushing. Hands off the keyboard. Monster, are you looking for TP at 24,196? Copy. Yeah, sorry, brother. Yeah, that's a good move, Monster. I appreciate you managing my frustration. That's what I'll call it. Let's go get that. Go get that Mars. Look at this thing. I'm gonna go get Mars. What's up, boys? Hey. What's up, guys? Hey. Coda and Mars are good boys. Oh, yeah. Hey. Yeah. Oh. Hey, what's up, guys? Oh yeah, look at that, Mama. Look at that little kitty. Oh. What's up, bud? Hey, what are you doing? What's up, Coda? You want some attention too? Yeah. Ooh. Hi, bud. Yeah, both of you guys are good. Good boy. 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 Okay, you want to go outside? Oh, you guys want to go inside? You guys want to go inside? Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yo, what's up, mainly Josh? Doing well, man. Doing well. Except for this last trade here that I was in this short for like basically all these legs. Then it stopped me, and now it's coming down. But no FOMO. Today's just about being chill. I'm being chill today. Hey, are you guys seeing low frame rates on my video? Are you guys seeing low frame rate right there? No? Okay. All right, good. Famous last words, keeping it chill. It's usually pretty helpful for me to remind myself what I'm doing. All right, this was my short target. If this was gonna work out, let's see what happens. How are you doing today, Josh? Could have a re-entry short up here. Looking at 24,150. Let's see what kind of recovery we have. 150 is where I was thinking about potentially re-entering. Watching the footprint. I don't want this to be one of those wild recoveries that we've been seeing. Damn. Might have another chance up here. A little bit of support down here at 143. And Monster, you're seeing 2498 as potential support as well. Yeah, let me take a look at the footprint down there. Chill out on this re-entry. We got a passive seller here at 24,149, looking like he might be taken out right now. Let's see. Yeah, I'm seeing a little bit of support down there. I saw a passive buyer at 24,111. Let's see if this is just a full-on recovery right here. I'm going to give it a shot right here. I'm going to go stops up here at 24,177. We got that that passive seller here at 24,154. He might be getting taken out here. Let's see. We'll probably go break even on this pretty quickly if we get a nice flush here. All right, I'm gonna break even on this. One thing I'm a little bit concerned about is this maybe not making a full on recovery very quickly, but potentially just kind of like starting a grind up like that. Looking like we got a passive seller up here at 24 154, and then another one at 149. So just below my stop here. So hopefully that 149 can hold us down. Not looking the most bearish just yet. If this rejects and this candle closes under this range right here, that would be ideal. Kind of looking like we could be grinding. Yeah. Okay. I might not be interested in this short anymore. We might be starting to build some value here, and I'm kind of thinking this grind up could be a possibility. Or potentially a squeeze up through that 24 200. So, sitting on my hands right now, just going to wait and see if we start grinding up like that. Unfortunately, there's not really a setup for me. And I mean, if I'm anticipating that happening, yes, I could get in early on the next pullback. But I would say right now this short is still valid under this point of control. So it's going to be tough to try and take it long right here, because my whole thesis on this thing was taking this thing short to 2450. So I don't know, probably just sitting on my hands and watching right now, since I got a little bit of, conflicting perspectives right here. Let's take a look at the higher time frame, see if we can see anything. Let's take a look at the daily. Definitely had a key level right here, around 24,400. Man. Higher time frame context, big move down, right? And now right here, as we're approaching kind of this consolidation right here, I think it'll be a huge determining factor for whether or not we're going to start squeezing up above here, or we reject from here and continue moving down. Right now, the way I'm looking at it is that we got some strong sellers up in this area that kicked off. Let me get rid of some of the shit. Kicked off this move that broke these lows right here. Boom. Right? And that's the low for the past, whatever, six months that we just created. So who created that? These guys did. So we're approaching their territory now. Plus we have in my opinion, bearish news on the war in Iran. And I think that, on the 6th, we'll for sure have a big reactionary move in the market. But for the time being, I think it's bearish. So strong sellers here, potentially bearish news. We could come all the way back down here. So we're kind of at a key point right now. Looks like we're coming back down. Maybe we're going to create that new low this time after, this sweep right here. But I don't know. Obviously we got a lot of back and forth. Not the easiest to read here. My guess on it was bearish. But let's see. I mean, we can look at it from that perspective, taking this move down, or in this big move up, if we're still looking bullish, could be waiting down here for a potential buy. But, oh, you're going to grab food. Okay, cool, Monster. That's what's up. I'll see you soon. I was taking a break because I'm 600 for the day in profit. Nice, man. Nice work. But yeah, as 767 was saying, just a reminder from yesterday, after we'd had a nice big pump up. This is a little different because we're grinding up, but just it's a good reminder to see what kind of fallout we can get after being convinced that we're bullish for most of the day, right? That's a big sell-off, and maybe we see a sell-off, come out of this consolidation, maybe not, but it's a good reminder that that's a possibility that we could be coming down. I'll have some new setups from the PM session battle map coming up in about 30 minutes. Anybody else got any ideas for trades coming up? Or is everybody just kind of sitting on their hands as this consolidates? We're gonna just see who's in here, and see if there are people in here I haven't chatted with. Bloody Daggers Elite. That's a hell of a name, man. Welcome. I haven't chatted with you yet, so feel free to chime in and let me know if you're trading today and where you are as a trader. Born Again 618. Haven't chatted with you either. Dr. Ninja, I haven't chatted with you this morning either, I don't think. Franciardi, welcome and good morning. Hope you're having a good trading day. Let's see. Mark Inc., you're in here as well. Good morning. Good afternoon. Looks like I got a follow from is that Korean? Thanks for the follow. I wish I could pronounce that. Rosenfeld Orge, welcome. Good morning. Hope you're having a good trading day. Your name is Marlon. Okay, nice, 767. I gotcha. Shay TD. Same. Sheiks, you're in here as well. I've seen you a few times. And Sliced Bread. And Tom's. I was chatting with you earlier. But yeah, guys, we got one more day And tomorrow we got NFP. So kind of expecting a wild day tomorrow. We've got a lot of news this week, and the tricky part, I think, is that we've got on-demand news, like headlines that are going to be coming through over the next week that could wildly shift the way the market is moving. Marlon, you're looking to sell gold right now. Let's check it out. Not sure with NFP. Only thing I agree with. Looking to sell gold here. Marlon, I want, I think everybody needs to trade their own strategy, and let me put this on a higher time frame so I can get a better look at it. Okay, I could see that. So let's see, big push down. That's the main push. Let's consider all this a pullback until proven otherwise. Yeah, I could see a continuation coming back down here. But I think my only reservation with something like this is that you could be trading against the, at least in the short term, predominant trend, because this low looks a little bit, I mean, look at the amount of volume we had coming down here, and this low, that was March 22nd, the low right here. I would be looking at this low as a potential candidate for the reversal of this big down move. Let's take a look at let me get some more data in here. Let me go on the daily, actually. It's so funny whenever you zoom out, and you look at like the structure you're looking at is such a small part of the overall. And then, Marlon, the only other thing I would say is that, so we got this big push down, right, from all-time highs. Now we're pushing up, and this big push up happened right after getting news that we were going to war with Iran, right? And war with Iran should be bullish for gold and crude oil, and bearish for tech stocks. Then when you're looking at this daily, it's looking like, the most recent down day could have been a rejection. So you might, but I know that we're talking intraday, and it changes wildly, right? So if we're just looking at intraday, this is just kind of the overall picture. Now we start zooming in. So let's zoom in here on the 60-minute again. Yeah, I mean, this looks bearish right now. Maybe we're coming down. I don't know, but I could see that.
What's up, Jippy? What's up, Jippy? From New Orleans to Perth. I'm out.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see that short working out. Now, also just one thing to consider though is that, okay, so when you look at this volume, this bullish volume, and then this pullback, look how this pullback volume is, probably about 55 to 60%, maybe 60% of this, last green candle, which could be indicative of this just being a pullback, not the initiation of a reversal. So just something to consider. Oh man, this did not result in the explosive move that I thought it was going to. Right now, I kind of want to zoom in here, and see what's happening at the bottom here. Are we accumulating down here for a long position? That would be my guess. Not a ton. At 24,110, we got a little absorption, a little buying happening, but it's still looking like we got lower prices coming, to me at least. This might be a grind down. So again, we're looking at what's the initiative move. It's this. Now what's going on here? Consolidation, coming back down, grinding into this inefficiency here. But I don't know. I would expect this grind down to be an accumulation to then take it long, would be my guess. But, got to be prepared for anything here like that. Go here. Could be looking at it, from this perspective as well, that came up to this high volume node up here. We're below the point of control. So we came up, we tapped this, we swept this overnight high and started rolling over. And we're kind of right in this key level right here, this low volume node. We want to see, how do we respond in here? Do we got buyers being extremely responsive in here? We haven't really tested it yet, but that's what we want to see really. In that low volume node, do we have aggressive buyers that are present, or do we get a situation like this where buyers are not supporting it and it just starts dumping? So in here, I think is going to be kind of the key level to watch as we approach this low volume node. What are buyers doing? Are buyers just hibernating, or are they supporting this move, this big long move? Still looks like sellers are in control of this thing. At least for the time being, we're making lower lows, lower highs. Now, now that we've pulled back into here though, essentially what you want to be looking out for is support. Do we have support as these candles are making these higher lows right here? Still looks like we're kind of going to push down into this gap, and this will be the key area for me to watch. Anyway, probably just some watching for a little bit, unfortunately. I got a new battle map coming in like, I don't know, 20 minutes. No, you really haven't missed much, man. We're about to approach this area that I think is going to be a key area for us to be watching. Low volume node over here. So I want to keep a good look on this footprint here. Do we have buyers supporting in this area or buyers not present? That's what I'm looking for. Give me 1 sec. I'm going to reset my connection real quick. There we go. Oh, 8. I don't know if you read, but I've blown 2 accounts weekly credit on ChatGPT. Yeah, I did see that. On your 3rd account now. That's hilarious, man. Man, that's crazy. You're using that up so quickly. I guess you're just putting in the work, man. All right, so right now, initially, it's looking like, we got some aggressive buyers coming out of this area. I don't know if I believe it just yet, but a little bit of aggression. Okay, cool. Oh, we also have a setup down here at 24,043. A long setup. So if we hit this 24,043, I might be in long. Here's what I'm looking at. Right here. Previous day low at 24,043. So essentially what this is saying is, so this level is 40 points below us, but this has, when all of these things are aligned, and this has 2,496 back tests where this has been tested that many times. What we're looking for here, so this says session dynamics aligned, and I need to have that listed as well. But the session dynamics, is that up here? Yeah, session dynamics, my guess is that the session dynamics are overnight down, AM up, plus AM buyer CBD is my guess. Is that when all those things align? And again, I'm gonna have to get it listed here so I understand the context. This has a very high, I mean, almost 100% win rate when everything aligns for that. And this is a 60-point stop and a 200-point target. So at 43, I might be entering long. Cupid Cash, what's going on, man? It's been a long time. What you up to, man? How you been? It's been a minute. What's new with you? Oh, no worries, brother. How's that new job going? What are you doing? Now, how's everything else doing, man? Your girlfriend doing okay? And I know you're dealing with some other drama, but everything going well? Watching this to see if this is the bounce we're getting. Got a low here. And got a higher low here. Got a break of structure here. I would say that's a weak break of structure. I would love to see, I probably wouldn't consider this a bullish move until we break this. Carpenter now. Nice, man. Other legal stuff is all settled now. Dude, that's a shit. Nice work. Getting past that thing. But yeah, man, glad to hear you guys are doing well and you got a new job. I'm guessing you probably haven't been trading much lately, huh? Just started this week, up 600 on eval and a day. Nice, man. That's what's up. Iger, let's check it out. Yesterday's point of control up here at 24,158. Or is your point of control, here's the regular trading hour. Previous day, point of control is, I have 24,195 for the regular trading hours. Or were you looking at the session point of control? 24,045. Okay. I have a setup. I don't know if you're watching, but I have a setup here. Right here, starting at 24.43. Along there. Damn, we might be getting a bullish move here. We just crossed over. We got a break of structure right here at 120. I'm going to wait. I'm not going to try and FOMO into this. I'm going to wait until we get back down to 143. Well, Cupid, good to see you, man. And congratulations on the new job and starting trading off on the right foot this week. It probably feels pretty good. I cannot imagine taking that much time off of trading for myself, but glad you got a little breakaway and coming back strong, dude. Same, I'll wait for a retest off that low. Yeah, I think a retest down at this low could be good. And if we just keep moving like that, then it is what it is. Looking for a potential rejection up here. You know, potential rejection up here to come back here and then come back down here at the bottom of this box that I have drawn and take it long from up there, from down here, I mean. Still want to see that rejection at 200, 210. Right at the absorption of buyers. Man, I would like to be able to take this move without being rejected up here first. I think if we go up here, I don't know if we go up here and reject, I'm thinking we could go even lower. But if we don't reject from up here one more time, we bounce from down here. I think that's a really good long to take up to 200. It's just my take on it is that, like, if we reject up here again, I'm feeling like we could go even deeper short. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's kind of how I'm feeling, Iger. I'm going to go to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Hey, what's up, guys? Boys. Iger, let's see. Because reject so many times, I don't want to fall into that trap. Somebody re-enters short there. Yeah, you're talking about that 25, 200, 100%. Yeah. Super strong passive seller here. So the other day I said I was going to go see Project Hail Mary. We did not get to see it, but we're going to go see it today. Anybody seen that yet? It's supposed to be really good. I'm kind of excited. Yeah, still like we got some nice selling pressure here. A little bit of support down there at 24.79. We had a little absorption and a passive buyer for 52 contracts. Not huge, but it was a single print level. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's kind of reminding me of when we were watching the Asia session, Iger. We were kind of drilling into these lower levels, and then it would pop up like that and then come right back down and start drilling again. Yeah, exactly. I know. I don't know either. Um, this setup down here, I don't know. I have I have a good setup that's data tested, so I think I have to take it. Yeah, I'll probably be in small as well, just kind of in hopes that we're not doing something like that. Yep, I think that's a good idea. Man, hopefully we're not making this move without us, but it's kind of looking a little bullish now. Yeah, we might have to sit here and watch. I mean, this is kind of our last hope, I think, is potentially getting rejected from this area. These sellers still intact. I mean, it looks like a potential rejection up here, right? We didn't close above these guys yet, but if we get another rejection to come down here, that's probably our last shot. If we start closing above here, I'm probably not interested in taking that long again, or taking that long from down here. It's too wompy. Yep, I think that could be a potential move there. If we reject up here at 200 again, maybe potentially taking it short. I do have a new battle map up right now. Hey, what happens when I do this? Because I see none of you guys added to it, but is this easy to answer or no? When I do that, do you guys see that anywhere? Like the daily bias question where you can answer? Also, the PM session battle map is up. There we go. All right, this makes it a little difficult because I have a setup short here, a setup long here, and a setup short up here. Let me see where the stop is. I might try it. I'm gonna go in short here. It just popped up on my battle map sheet. S5 stop goes up here. Yeah, you mean getting a squeeze from up here above 158? Yeah, I definitely think it could be risky. I'm gonna take it. You know, my data just came in with this short, and I'm gonna see what trusting the data says or does. Yes, I'm in for short, Cupid. I think it's a little bit risky because we started pushing up from here. So, and we could squeeze, you know, based on what we just did here with this candle. So if you are going to join me, I would just make sure you got tight risk management. This is where the stop is supposed to go, above 200, which makes sense to me. But you might just want to try one micro if you're not feeling frisky. Watching this 160 level here for another potential rejection. That's what I want to see because I'm in short. But if we start getting aggressive above 160, it's looking like 200 is going to be the target. And then if we, can punch through 200, it's looking like a big squeeze. Probably a 100-point squeeze, I would say. Looking a little risky here. We got buyers, aggressive buyers stepping in here. I'm going to take a look. Yeah, they're kind of spread out here between 145 and 150. We got a passive seller up here at 155. If we get above 155 with aggressive buying, it's not going to be good for the short. Looking a little scary here. Let's see what we do as we approach that 155. Again, looking for that 155 to potentially hold us down. If we continue getting aggressive above 155, the short is looking like it could be in danger. And Monster Sage has been deciding that most signals today shouldn't be taken because of the unclear noise consolidation shit is doing right now. Probably not a bad call by your system. Looks like it's getting a little aggressive above 155. Added right there. It's not going to be good if we create a higher low right here, which is looking possible. I want to see this leg right here start breaking down. If we don't break down, it's looking like we could be kind of building value for buyers up here and potentially grinding up to that 24,200 level. We don't want to see that grind up happen just yet. I would The reason being is because I want to be in a long when it starts grinding up towards that 200. I think for it to break that 24,200, if we're going to continue going long, we need to start building value and building pressure to go build that 200 rather than just an instant shoot up like that. I think that would be rejected. I think it needs to be compression on the way up for expansion. All right. Tapping this low right here again, around 132. So I'm going to watch what's happening on the footprint, see if I see anything. I do see a little passive selling up there at 144, maybe not enough to really worry about or to really think that's going to help this short position. But it looked like a little tiny battle that happened around 145. The seller's pushing out of it right now. Nothing significant happening so far on the footprint, really. A little bit of support down here at 136. So would love to instantly see that 136 level get closed below and then sellers get aggressive below 136, ideally. Iger, you got a buyer imbalance cluster at 100 to 110. Let me see if I can spot that as well. Yeah, seen that about 15 minutes ago, or is that 20 minutes ago? Copy. Yep. I've got a little bit. I've got some thoughts here. So this setup here for the long was essentially, let's see, the data was up until 27. So I might need to close this short earlier, essentially, than these two targets. We might not hit these two targets. Is kind of what I'm thinking. I might be closing around at least taking some profit off around 24,100. Yeah, we got a new hourly that just opened, right? I'm going to go ahead and start de-risking a little bit, taking some profit. All right, so I got one runner on. I took two off. I've also got another position over here. So I got one on each. I might take everything off of that 100. I might just close it and start looking for this long. I hit Warren Buffett status. I love it when I do that. It's only happened one time before. Yeah, looking like sellers aren't done yet. But I'm seeing buyers respond here, so let's just take a look. You see how it got hammered back down? Looking like sellers might not be done yet, but let's see. If we keep getting stuck here at this 100, we could be looking for that bounce to happen sooner rather than later. Just to start preparing here. S4. So S4 stop is down here now. I think this is my thought. I was looking for this 2443 to get hit. Now that we've done this, I'm not sure if that 2443 is going to hit. So based on the data up to date to basically 12, I think it was 1227 or 1237. This is where the long is supposed to take place. Stop goes down here. 2456. I'm going to go ahead and enter one long here. Stop goes here. First TP is up here, just below 24,200. I can't argue with this logic here on the setups that were created. This looks like a really good take profit right before that 24,200. I'm gonna pat my AI bot on the back. Rapid fire. Yeah, rapid fire actually isn't that bad. Rapid fire is it means I've taken a lot of trades. Surgical means I have an over 70% win rate. But yeah, so what is the complete? I gotta zoom in here. What is the complete? I'm a money bag surgical rapid fire Warren Buffett. Yeah, each word means different things. Yep. Money bags is over 2,500 for the day. Surgical is over 70% win rate. Rapid fire is, I believe, over 20 trades is what it is. Yeah, what's up? My name's Stool. I did catch quite a bit of this move. Yep. I caught it right in here. I had a long setup down here at 23,700. Really nice reaction out of here, and I took it. I think I ended up catching it from around 700 to around 24. I want to say around just below 24,200. Yeah, how about you? My name. How have you been doing this morning so far, or this afternoon, I should say now? Looking like we could potentially come down again. I'm not the biggest fan of my entry here, so I might just give myself a mulligan and close this out. I'll just break even on this. That's what I'll do. If it comes down, stops me out, then I'll wait for another re-entry down in this long area. Oh, hell yeah. Nice, my name. Yeah, had a nice day. Pre-market and Asia session last night, and then caught this move going up. So yeah. Um Also great that I recovered from, I've had a pretty shitty week. Good on my funded accounts. Shitty on evals. I've been abusing them, so today was a really nice comeback. Yeah, definitely feeling a little choppy right now. I think we might have to hit something for it to really have a catalyst. Up here at 200 will definitely be a catalyst. It's kind of feeling like we're going to come back down. In which case, I'll be waiting down here for a potential entry. Um, my name. Sorry, I didn't answer your question. Am I expecting a pullback? Potentially. That's why I put a break even here. because I was taking this long setup out of this area right here, but I'm not the biggest fan of where I entered. So if it does end up coming back into this area, I'll probably be looking for a long down here. But if it keeps going, I'll just hold on to it. But yeah, I was kind of feeling like we came up here, looks like a rejection, coming back down here, and then we got a lower high created right here. So if we do end up dumping back down to here, I'll get out and then try and get back in with a better price. You know, that's actually something I haven't looked into. I think we definitely have a big day tomorrow coming up. A lot of activity, probably a lot of readjusting at the very least before the weekend. I don't want any of that. Yeah, so we're with the futures market, we're supposed to have an early close. So trade until 4 p.m., 5 p.m. Eastern, which would be 3 p.m. or sorry, 4 p.m. Yeah, 5 p.m. Eastern instead of 6. All right, we might be going to retest that 200. Wait, does that make sense what I just said? I don't think so. 5 p.m. Eastern. That's normal. You got negative delta dying off. 3 minutes. Sellers kicking in again. Yeah, right up here. It looks like it. Let's see. I think this has got a shot of squeezing up here. Yeah, getting back up above this point of control would probably be a big win. And then, anticipating attacking this 200 level. But I'll take my profit right there, right below 200. All right, getting a little bit of a resistance here at the point of control. Let me take a look at the foot map and see how it's going. Still looks okay to me. I think we're going to expand through it. Maybe a pullback first. That's what it's looking like. Your brother is new to trading. You bought him the smallest eval. Nice, man. Make sure you give him a warning and make sure he loves pain and suffering too before he gets into trading. He's up 140 on the day. Nice. Long from 103. Dude, hell yeah. Did you give him some ideas for taking a long there, or did he make that independent of you? I have to say it was his own decision because today at the start of New York, excuse me, good for him. He said, I think I'm going long from 700. It was rejecting the whole time. Nice, dude. I love it. I said, do it. And he was so conservative. Nice, man. Oh, he didn't take it. Okay, from 700, you mean? I mean, that was the entry. That was the entry right there. This setup from my sheet was spot on. Yeah, it was a goodie. Looking like we could have a squeeze here. Maybe a squeeze up to this TP would be great. Um, I think we're going to squeeze up, but could also see this potentially dipping back down. Let's take a look at gold. What are we doing over here? Kind of consolidating here for 2 hours, huh? Crude oil. Just did a big dip. Potential re-entry down here. I think the biggest impact, that this kind of back and forth that we're doing, Iran and Trump speaking out of two sides of their mouths, is crude oil, is probably going to have the biggest bullish bias, or biggest bias, I should say, out of anything. Okay, nice, Adam. If you're looking for a nice dump, copy that. I'm looking to take this up to 200. We've been holding below 200 all morning. And so I'm going to close out right before we hit 200. But if we get stuck right here at 200 again, I could see this going for a big dump. But if we start squeezing above, I could see a 100-point squeeze. My name, who do I use? Lucid and My Funded Futures and Apex. Also the futures desk. I don't know if you guys have heard, but the futures desk actually just got acquired by Top Step. Hey, y'all check out these check out these emotes I added. At least I think that I added them. Yeah, there we go. This was for me yesterday. If you can see that, that's me all bloodied up and beat up. Here's me today. Exactly my name. You got to be able to take those that punishment. What else did I add? Oh yeah, I added this one. I don't know if you guys saw this show, but it was called damn, what was it? It was John Hamm. Was it My Friendly Neighbors or something like that? It's hard to see in that, but it's when he's dancing in the nightclub. He's got like the world crumbling down on him, and he's just dancing, doing ecstasy, I think. Also added this one. Damn, I think I need to zoom in on those so you can actually see them. Oh, they did. Let me check out ES. It's been a minute since I've actually looked at ES. Yeah, definitely similar story here on ES. Being held down up here from, I don't know, 623 to 625. Similar story. I'm a little bit worried. I don't know. It's a little more clear on this 5 minute on ES that, this consolidation area and then this big push down from the consolidation area could be a short right here. So let me see on NQ if it looks exactly the same. If I go to the 5 minute. Yeah, it's looking exactly the same. This could be a short coming up before it hits my TP. I might close it. I don't really like the way that's looking, to be honest. Oh, thanks, Adam. Thanks, brother. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, I had a nice comeback for the week. So now I just have to hold on to it. Yeah, it was looking a little more clear on the 5 minute there that this could be a potential short that's coming in. Here's what the 5 minute looks like. Let me switch these stupid colors. Essentially looking at this as a, short-term balanced price range right here. And obviously that 200 level. All right, let me go ahead and do the whole thing. That 200 level obviously is a huge level of resistance up here. But just looking at this in here, if you imagine the point of control being basically right where we tapped, I could see this short working out. So I wanted to abandon that. And maybe just observe for a second. I'm cool with chilling and not having any risk on for a second. Yeah, not that great. Tell you what, I have, I've been trading on the 1 minute. I don't know, maybe for the past month and a half or something like that. Kind of makes me miss the 5 minute when I look back at the 5 minute. It's been a minute since I looked at the 5 minute. This was my 5 minute was my home. Check out the 15 minute. Okay, cool. Yes. Yeah, you talk. Yep. This is where it rejected up top here. Yeah. I was definitely looking at that. I mean, based on everything we've been seeing the past couple days, couldn't you just see this coming all the way down here? Yeah, monster. It's been a minute since I looked at the 5 minute. It actually has. I've looked at the hourly, the daily, the 15 minute, but probably like a month I haven't looked at the 5 minute. The thing is, it was like this before 2 days. Like, are you talking about like 3 days ago? Okay, yeah. Ah, you're saying like we dropped here, came back up here, and we didn't drop again. We drove up, is what you're saying? Yep. Yeah, I mean, here's what I would say. The difference is this rejection up here. So see this big rectangle I've highlighted. This is where we created this new low here and continued down. So this is kind of the origination. I mean, if you really think about it, this whole thing up here is the origination of the short move, at least the latest leg of it. So this, I would say, is more meaningful than these down here. So this could be a potential rejection down here to continue going lower, because in relation to this is still, this right here, I would say, is the high that would determine whether or not we're in a bullish market, temporarily at least, up here. If we break above that, anything below here, I think, is considered bearish, at least based on the context in which we're looking at it. I mean, obviously, if you go back, you can see we've made, a pretty big move. But within this context here that we're seeing, this high right here, I think, is pretty important for us to get over if we're going to start creating new highs and be considering This is now a bullish market. For now, I'm looking at this saying, okay, this is a big push. This is a retracement, and this right here is a retest of this high that had this big rejection. So coming back up here, we could see that. Obviously, we're playing the scenario game. I can't predict the future, but just trying to make sure that we're all looking at this within context. So yeah, if we start pushing up from here and breaking these highs, yeah, I could definitely see a big bullish squeeze. Is it starting to move bearish now? Starting to push short? A little bit, yeah. $29,300. Damn, Adam, that's a big call, dude. Oh wait, $29,300. You probably meant to type something else. $23,900. Is that what you're looking at? No, I bet you're looking lower than that. $23,900. Yeah, I think $23,900 is definitely achievable. Damn, this is making it a little bit tough, right? Because we've been hovering in this range for a long time. We did not get that retest of 24,200. We did start, going a little short here, back to this trend line. And now that this long area has been tested multiple times here, I'm not really trying to take a long from down here again unless I see something special. And the only other setup I have right now is this short from up here at 24,300. So I'm probably sitting on my hands for a minute. Oh, there we go. Nice, Monster. I love seeing it. Let me check that. Let me check Discord and see what you got. All right, 150. Nice. Yeah, you caught a nice little bounce scalp here. So I'm talking about, brother. I like it. Yeah, it teased you, but then it did hit it. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Iger, I'm reading your message right now. I think probably the right move to be patient within this consolidation range. I think we'll start seeing some acceleration if we no in either direction. When we hit 24,200, when we retest that, we're going to get a big reaction, I believe, whether it breaks through or we get a rejection. So waiting for that, I think, is a good move. Or we could be coming down, and once we break this low, potentially we could get a nice reaction. So I think as we're kind of just chopping around in the middle, if you're not seeing anything that sticks out to you, it's probably best just to wait. Let's wait for a stronger reaction because right now this is kind of lackluster. You'll try and get it from 70 or 80. Yeah, I think that could potentially work down here or retest down here. We've already proven that we got strong buyers down here. Now it's just, are they still there? You'll full send it short. Hell yeah. Yeah, I would be looking for up here too. Well, you're looking at 60, and if we end up yeah, if we end up getting up here, I'll probably be looking for 24,300 ish, and if we hit there, then I'll probably hit that short. You think it's gone? You talking about the short opportunity? Does it break 100 is the question. Yeah. Yeah, I think if we start coming down here with some momentum, we could see a potential break lower that could take everybody by surprise. So, while I think down here could be a valid long setup, I'm also feeling like if this is starts dumping like it did up here, it's got to be careful about catching that falling knife. Looking pretty damn bearish right now. Sellers pushing pretty hard. Not seeing anything in their way either. Not seeing support down here yet. I'll be watching this footprint to see if we have any support. Right now, it's looking like a free fall. No support down here. Maybe a little guy up here that got eaten alive at 89. Yes, long is looking dangerous, I would say. Yeah, Adam, I'm kind of seeing that, and I do see some passive selling up here. Let me show you guys. You see these guys right here, 108, 106, or 105. As we were coming down, they entered limits short up here, and as buyers potentially tried to push this up, they got stuffed right here by these guys. So these guys right here are the guys holding price down for the time being. You can also see down here, look at this left side, not a lot of support at all. So people are getting out of the way, not trying to catch longs right here is what it looks like. Now, as we're coming up here, you can see buyers getting a little aggressive. Support coming in at 86. So now this is the first level of support that I would be watching, 86. We got aggressive buyers just above it. So if these aggressive buyers push up to these levels, right now, the way it looks is right here, potentially see these guys holding price down below 105, 110. And if they hold below 105, 110, that could be, if you're looking for shorts, you could enter based on this risk right here. So you could have your stop above here and be looking to enter short around here. as long as this doesn't hold here on the way down. So you could take it short, and if we start getting stuffed right here at like 86, you can close it out quickly. That might be an idea. So potential short entry around 105. Oh, yo, what's up, Gavin? You got a level at 70 down here. Yep, I can see that. Looks pretty strong down there. Oh, you're looking at 70 right here. My bad. For a potential bounce long. Yeah, we were just talking about that concept. I did have a long setup that I think is probably invalid right now because I already took this long. So I don't necessarily want to take a long from that same entry point, but as I did before. But this was looking like a waterfall, basically free fall, where not a lot of support down here at 2470. I see a little bit of support, but not enough. It's looking like it's kind of looking like a cork on a volcano. Yeah, I don't think it's holding either. It's looking like sellers really kind of got a hold of this thing. So again, the only thing I might be potentially looking for is around 100 to 110, a potential reshort in here. It's a little bit low. I don't love it, but based on what I was seeing on that footprint, these guys could be holding it down. And if they are holding it down, this would probably be the best entry to have with your stops above here. Yeah, I agree. It's kind of looking like that, man. Big push up, and then we just start free falling. Adam, premium spike definitely would be nice to get a pushback down before going up. You're saying that so the if you get a push down and then back up, it would impact premiums in a better way for puts. All right, we're coming up to this 100 level. Let's see what we're doing. Are we squeezing through here and taking out these passive sellers? We're coming up on them 105. 105 to 110 is what we're looking to potentially hold, where you could have an entry up here potentially for short. I don't love where we are, but if we start dumping from here, that would definitely be regretful. So essentially, chart-wise, would like it to go slightly up before another leg down, the actual move down, yeah. Had a little bit of a rejection up there. Now I can see a little bit of stair-stepping happening. So we got another seller here at 91, potentially holding us down. Let's see. I don't believe this leg just yet, but that could have been it. That could have been the rejection. I was hoping that we would get closer to this. Right. Yeah, that makes sense, Adam. So essentially you want to be buying puts when it's looking like it's moving bullish but it's really just a pullback like it just did. But moving up higher would have been better. I mean, really, I don't know. I might have just hesitated on pulling the trigger there, but really, I mean, this is where this is where we wanted to see it reject from. It just didn't retest it. So, you know, maybe it just went a little bit earlier than I was anticipating. But yeah, this is definitely a potential short up here if we get a retest up here. And if this starts dumping from here, I could see it really start flushing very quickly. Adam, you talking about up here on ES? 24,200 on NQ. Grab a kebab. That sounds good as hell. Yeah, is that daily level what you're talking about right here? At like 24,200, the equivalent on NQ? Here, let me put it on ES. Are you talking about like up here? Yeah, dude, stop slacking. You're killing it at work, but you got to get back on the trading, dude. You got to work double time now. We might have another high coming in. Let's see what's up. Maybe we get an opportunity to enter short here. I don't love that I'm not in short from like up here, right? In this area. Actually, let me see if I can do this. All right, we're climbing above those sellers, right? Or those passive sellers right now. Let's see if they're holding it down. Looking at the footprint, not seeing that they are still intact right now. So I'm going to hold off right now. Aggressive buyers here above 105. We got a battle right here going on between 105 and 108, right where those sellers were. I don't know if it's as convincing as I'd like it to see to enter short. For the time being, I don't love what I'm seeing on the footprint. Right here, between 105 and 108 was really where I wanted to see passive sellers be again. Because if you go back in time, right here, this is where they were. Now it's looking like they're not here anymore. At least, for the time being. So I'm waiting. I'm not taking this entry right now. Could have another entry potentially up here. So I'm going to take this away. I'm not going to enter short on this. If it ends up going from here, I didn't see the evidence. I didn't see the trigger. So I'll wait. Ideal entry would be up in this area. So if we do get a move up here, I might be interested in taking a short up there. I'm watching order flow right now though, just to make sure that I'm not just blindly entering and we actually have sellers protecting and we're not doing a bounce from this area. Last thing I want to do is try and enter short after let's say we bounced here. We got buyers protecting this area to shoot up. It's looking weak, but I gotta kind of play it how I see it with this order flow, and I'm not seeing it just yet. Still looking a little bit bullish here. Hey, what's up, Strat Trades? Good afternoon, man. Are you trading NQ? That's what we're trading right now. I know market is closed tomorrow, but I'll be back at my place for Monday market. So futures will be open tomorrow, actually, Adam. But who knows, considering we got non-farm payroll tomorrow, plus probably light volume, it could lead to an extremely volatile session. All right, getting a little bit of a squeeze here. Not seeing a ton of aggression from the buyers, just a squeeze. So thin liquidity. Could be a little scary though, because we don't have a lot of passive sellers holding us down. Seeing a little bit of support here at 120 also. So I'm looking at another leg up here. It's coming up, getting aggressive. 130, 132 has got support as well. Aggressive buyers coming up. Not looking good yet. Not looking good yet if you're looking short. Might be thinning out just a little bit up here at 142. Would love to see a passive seller up here holding us down, but haven't seen it yet. Got a little bit of passive selling at 137. So this is my ideal area to potentially go short. I'm just hoping I can see something in order flow that convinces me. Right now, we got 132 with some support at 132. So I want to see that guy at 132 get taken out. It might pull me out of my entry zone, but I'm not liking that we got support right at the bottom of this zone at 132. But I am looking for evidence of potential short here. Might have missed it. That's okay. I didn't see it show up on order flow in a way that was actionable, at least for me. So if we get another pump up, that would probably be ideal for me. Another pump up, and then I can hopefully get some verification that we got some passive sellers in here holding price down. Again, keying into that 24,132 level as well, because we got a buyer there. I don't love that right around 137 to 139, we have aggressive buyers there. So if we push up, back up into here, I could see a potential squeeze. But, you know, this kind of reversal in this zone is looking kind of ripe right now. Unfortunately, the order flow wasn't looking, you know, the way I wanted to see it, which was a big seller holding us down. I didn't see that. I did see some aggressive selling coming back underneath 132. I think I'm going to try this short, and I'll give it a little bit of room. So if we do come back up, I'm willing to add, probably as long as we don't cross over this zone perimeter at 157. Stop above 200 makes sense. So below 132, I like. I do see a little bit of aggression on the buy side around here from 128 to 130. So really prefer kind of getting away from this area as soon as possible right now. Hey, what's up, Halo Professional? Welcome and good afternoon. SRA trades. Yo, I traded ES today aftermarket open and banged on that long. That's what I'm talking about. Nice, man. I'm out for the rest of the week. You still looking for trades? Yeah, I got this one short setup that I'm hoping we can have play out pretty quickly. And that's kind of all that's on the table for the time being. But good job on that ES trade, man. That was a banger. I caught this NQ trade down here. What is that? For like 450 points. That was a nice trade. But yeah, SRA trades. Are you usually on ES? I think this reaction that we're getting here it's not ideal. You know, I think we could push up and create a new high up here. Probably, you know, indicative of the kind of weak order flow that I was seeing. When I say weak, it wasn't giving a lot of evidence that the short is going to work out. Right now, the only thing that's, I think, in the favor of this short is we got a couple passive buyers, one at 138, or passive seller, one at 138, one at 137. But I am seeing that we have some aggressive buyers willing to get aggressive above this, so it's looking like we got a new high incoming. I'm seeing a little bit of support down here again, 132 and then 137. So it's kind of looking like bulls are step laddering this up on the bid. So maybe one more push up here. I say one more, but it's looking like at least one more push up is what it's looking like at least. I look at both NQ and ES and go for the more bullish or bearish index, depending on whether I go long or short. You only trade NQ, typically only NQ. Sometimes I'll trade gold. Took a trade on crude oil yesterday. I think crude oil's hot. I mean, obviously. Yeah, so a little bit of a battle going on between buyers and sellers up here at 138. You know, you can see passive seller, passive buyer right here. So getting underneath this guy at 132 is nice and bearish. Just would like to see this get more aggressive to the downside instead of just kind of getting held up right here. Next area I'm watching is this point of control, this bar point of control at 24,106 for potential support. Yo, thanks SRA. Appreciate that. Let's get it. The other piece of evidence we have for a short bias is we got held up, by massive sellers right here, passive sellers. The stop above those passive sellers makes sense because if we do explode above this 200, I think it could go, 100 points, 100-point squeeze up here. But I had this highlighted earlier. I'll highlight it again so that we can see the delta footprint right underneath this stop. Let me get rid of it. See this line right here? That's all these buyers being trapped up here. So we got a passive seller that, basically accumulated all these buy orders and said, we're not going higher than this. So if we come up here again, I'm thinking the next time we visit up here could be the one that breaks through. So I'm hoping, these sellers in here that kind of initiated this move are going to continue holding price down, and we can go for a bigger dip down here before potentially rebounding and taking out that 24,220. I don't even know if we're going to take that out, but I do believe the next time that we see that, buyers will probably be serious. And we think about it this way: if we couldn't break it, up here, we swept it, came back down. We couldn't break it here. 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 So what's the next logical move if buyers can't break through this area? Well, it's to pull the rubber band back deep and then snap it. That's the way I'm looking at it. So the short move would be a couple of different, you would have a couple of different reasons why this short move could work out, right? It's one, you got trap buyers up here. But if you are just kind of hanging on to the narrative, which I don't think there's any reason not to, that buyers, we kind of flipped control after a big short last night, at least temporarily. We got a couple different reasons why it would go short. If let's say that buyers took control of this and they can't get through there, a big retracement, gather some strength, induce some selling, and then flip the script and explode up. That could make sense for this short to work out first. It also makes sense that we got some really strong sellers over here. I mean, you can see we got the point of control right here. We've got sellers that last night was wild in the Asia session. These sellers holding it down right here and then causing this big down move. That's strength. That was a huge amount of strength I was seeing last night. That would cause this kind of rejection to go down. And then bearish news. I would say, again, I say bearish news on Iran, but in my opinion, us continuing to say that we'll finish the job and obliterate them is bearish, even though we've given them a timeline of April 6th. And then on the higher time frame, the really higher time frame, that's a big move down. Retrace could have another big move down. So a couple of different confluences, I think, for this short move to happen. Buyers pushing it up again. Let's see what happens. All right. Got some aggressive buyers in here. I am seeing a little support down here at 24,120. Again, looking like we're going for that 24,138 level that was holding us down previously. I think if we break above that, we get a new high. So 138 is where I want to watch. Do we hold down from 138 right here? Oh, thanks, Adam. Yeah, let's see what's up, man. I'm just gonna hold it and see if it can pan out. SRA, yes, I am. I used to be in nightlife. Me and my buddy had a nightclub and a restaurant, and that was the last like formal gig that I had. And switching to trading full time has been fantastic. I used to take 1 million phone calls a day, and I basically managing about 50 kids. Bartenders, bottle service girls, and bussers, and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, making the switch, being able to hang out at home with you guys and my animals, wouldn't trade it for anything. SRA, I've been trading for a long time, so grand total span of experience about 8.5 years. But I haven't been trading full time for 8.5 years. I got started trading in small cap stocks, did futures, then did swing trading with stocks, then came back to futures. Did a little Forex in the middle too. But enough time in the market to experience a lot of pain, a lot of losses, and I've paid quite a bit of tuition. The fact that we haven't dropped after these two legs down, a little bit concerning. What I don't want to see is this be a consolidation for a continuation. Like, basically start slow grinding up from here and taking over these levels slowly, where we're essentially reclaiming. Because then I'm worried we're starting to build momentum for that to take that 24,200. Nice, SRA. Well, I don't consider myself a fantastic trader or anything. I've just had a lot of experience, and I use, I think, levels that make sense, that are data backed. And yeah, so, I just try and suck a little bit less every day. But if you want to take a look at my sheet, SRA, I publish this every day, twice a day. And you can see, I know it's kind of a dense sheet, but this will give you an idea of the setups I'm taking and why, and how I'm looking at levels. Adam, you're done. You're done trading for the day. Copy that, brother. And you think they're going to leave it for next week? Yeah, let's see, man. I'm going to hold it, and I'm going to see. But I could see this being very annoying for a while and potentially grinding up. And if that's the case, I'll probably exit sooner than this. For now, though, we got some lower highs here, and it's not looking terrible. You know, a push up and another rejection up here would be great, and then I could see it falling. Oh, did you click on that link? Right there. Oh, are you? Maybe it's because you're on Kick. My bad. Let me put that in Kick. Give me 1 sec. Oh, it should show up now for you. If it didn't send in Kick, then I got to fix that. Yeah, I think I got to fix that. Cool. You know, I hate to think this way, but you know, I've seen worse as it relates to timing and consolidation. But us being stuck in this range right here, you know, it's also a possibility that we are pinned within this range for the day. I hope not, but I could see that as well. All right, looking a little promising here. What's missing is we didn't have a big rejection up top. Okay, a little bit of support at 105. Turning into bigger support at 105. But now us busting through that is more meaningful. All right, let's see. I'll tell you this much. After this consolidation in here and then a breakdown of that consolidation, I don't want to do it just yet, but I could probably pull my stop down to this high right here. If we make a comeback and start busting up these levels up here, you know, that was initially my zone to take this short, I probably don't want to take it short until we retest this 24,200. If we are unable to squeeze up beyond 24,200, then I would consider a short from 24,200. For the time being, it looks, you know, we're looking pretty good right now. Again, seeing some support at 24,105 and 102. A couple of different levels there of limit buyers that could be holding us up from getting this short, basically right where we are. But if we start melting through there, it's going to restore my confidence. Basically getting under 24,100 and holding. getting aggressive down there. For the time being, looking like the 24,105 passive buyer is able to hold price up. Take a look at the 15-minute. $24,105 is growing. When I say growing, what I mean is this guy is still here. This guy right here, 105. As price comes into it, he is absorbing sell orders. So he's a buyer. Sellers selling into it or running into a floor right there of support. SRA. Copy that, man. Let's hope it works out. Let's see. All right, we're pushing up against that 24,105 again. And again, he's absorbing. I can see him. Looks like sellers pushing pretty hard against him right now. Again, he continues to absorb right there. All right, so kind of looking like we're bouncing off of this 52, or sorry, 105. And if we bounce, what is acceptable? You know, coming up to here is acceptable, and then reversing, starting to break this high right here, not very acceptable, I would say. So I really don't want to see it go above that 130. A little bit of support building at 108. All right, so above us, unfortunately, not a lot of passive sellers until like 122, I would say is a little bit, but might be insignificant. But I would say up until we get back to that like 137 is where the significant sellers are. So hopefully on the way up, we can find that we got passive sellers that are lowering their offer and potentially holding price down as sellers or buyers try and push up. A little bit of passive selling happening at 24,117. Monster, you feel like today's been kind of predictable. In what way? Like this consolidation? Or are you talking about this big move up? A little bit of passive selling up at that 115. No, everything after the big move. Copy that. Yeah, if you're watching order flow, I think this is a really key event. This 24,200 holding us down. Everything in between, I would say, from back then, I think has been a little bit of a reaction off of this. We just haven't had a huge reaction off of it. Come down, bounce, retest these sellers up here, and it looks like these sellers won. Pushed it back down, retest back up here, sellers won. So I don't know. Hopefully we can actually get a nice move out of this, but for the time being, we're just kind of back and forth. Yo, that's what I'm talking about, Monster. Make sure you lock it in, dude. Well, I don't mean you have to lock yourself out, but just make sure you hold on to that. All right, so right now we had a reaction off that 24-115. So I'm watching 24-115 in hopes that if we do revisit up there, I can see that seller is, protecting higher prices. Definitely would not like for us to bounce from here, because it looks like if we do start bouncing from here, we could see a higher expansion. Essentially looking at this as like kind of a bull flag, right? But, I would say in the favor of this bearish move, we did not close above these highs right here. So instead of looking at this as a bull flag, it looks more like a bear flag. Had we, taken these highs out and closed up above here, I'd be looking at this a little differently. All right, pushing up to that 115. Looks like we are potentially building some value up here. We got some aggressive buyers at 118. We might have a squeeze coming, and if that squeeze happens again, I really don't want to see it cross this 130. Crossing it is okay, but closing above 130 is no bueno. Nice, Monster. That's a good plan. A little bit of a battle going on right here at 118.75. Looks like buyers continue to push this. A little retreat. Probably profit taking. Ideal scenario is, we don't go much higher than 120, let's say 124. Not much higher than 124. And then sellers get back to being aggressive, because they've been sitting on their hands. Right now, I still feel like it could go either way. I don't think we're out of the woods by any means. 124 is kind of the next level that I want to see hold. And if we don't hold that 124, we start breaking up above 130, I might close it out early. Not the biggest fan. 24-112 found some more support there at 112. Don't love it. You guys that have been watching me for a minute probably have cued into whenever I start saying I don't love it, I'm starting to think about what am I going to do if I want to close this early? $24,112 is potentially problematic. I'm liking this kind of pushing up and then getting rejected, pushing up and getting rejected. It's kind of the same thing that's happening down here at 112, pushing down, getting rejected. So we've got a battle going on between like 120 and 112. Kind of looking like buyers might squeeze this and get a new high here. Okay, breaking below that 112, just barely. So let's see if we can continue pushing below 112. Looking decent. Also, just to kind of quell my expectations just a little bit, I could also see this not turning out to be, the large move that I would love it to be, like down here. I could also see this coming down here and maybe just finding support down in this area around 2440. So going to be watching carefully if this move starts coming down. Starting to look a little better. I'm back to liking it. Back above 24,112. I don't like it again. Man, we've been holding in this range for a minute. They're trying to bore us to death so that we'll miss the big move, I think. We got to fight. We got to fight back by staying attentive. All right, getting back above 112. It looks like, or at least retesting it. Support coming in again at 24,110. Starting to look like we could have a bigger bounce in play. So, okay, we're about to cross over this point where I did not want to see it cross, which is 24,130, in which case I could see this start to squeeze. Yeah, it's looking a little bit squeezy here. Damn. All right. That might be invalidated now that we're above here. We might be going to test that 200 level. Let's see. Those guys at 112 really were, to me, looking like they were defending that pretty heavily. Support down at 24,136 now. Looking like we might be stair-stepping up. Let's see. Bulls might have a hold of this thing. Let's see. Damn. Stopped me out, and now it looks like it might be coming back down. Let me see. I don't know if I trust it yet. Up 279. Nice, man. Dude, you were fading me? You took that long? No, I'm just kidding. Hey, what's up, babe? Hey. For just a little bit?
I have Nuri at 2.
Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Love you. I'm gonna give it another shot. One more shot short. If this doesn't play out, then probably hands off. But this is kind of looking like a liquidity grab. Essentially, I mean, it stopped me out because I was right above these highs. My initial stop was up here at 200. It's kind of looking like a little fake out to me. Absorption up here, trap buyers, looking like it could work out. Uh, 139. Yeah, I got like this box right here is basically at 139. Peak got rejected heavily there. If this starts moving up and breaks this high, I'm probably done. I'll probably give it to 161. Just above where this big seller was. I'm just hoping we're not starting to grind up to go test that 200. Seeing a little battle happen right here at 136. We got buyers and sellers. Aggressive buyers probably more notable at 138 and above. I think we could have a potential another squeeze here. We got some passive buyers in at 140. So we might potentially have a new high that's created right here. Looking like aggressive buyers up here at 146. I think we get a little squeeze here. Looks like it could come up for another high. Maybe 24,155. Passive seller finally coming in at 24,148. Let's see if it holds. See if we start losing some steam on the buy side right now. See demand start slowing down just a little bit. Damn, support again down there at 140 is what it looks like to me. And 137. So we might have a new high right here. Potential squeeze, unfortunately. Peaked and rejected heavily there, and so you shorted there. Nice, man. Well, let's hope we get this. You know, it's kind of messing around. And, you know, if we come back down to like this, for instance, this trend line right here, and instead of busting through it, we find support down here, I might exit because it's kind of looking like we're grinding at that point up to that 200. Even this right now looks not great. Holding above this point of control, not good. Looking like we're teasing these highs again. Yeah, get out of here. Finding support down here at the point of control again. Not good. I want to see it push through. Again, it's kind of looking like we're grinding up. So if we don't start breaking through this point of control soon, I might just start reducing. I'd kind of like to see this candle or the next candle break through this point of control and start moving down. I don't love that we got these highs kind of building up right here. I could just see a big squeeze coming if we start to grab a foothold down here at the point of control, like we're doing right now. Support right here at 24,141. Yes, come on, sellers, do it. It's holding up again. Looking like a new high might be coming soon. Right now, it looks like it's climbing a ladder. You know, bouncing off of here. You know, first foothold right here, next foothold right here. It's looking like we could be climbing a ladder here. So that's why I want to see it fall off of this point of control quickly Otherwise, it's like we're compressing, gaining a foothold. Buyers can push this thing up. And then you'll notice whenever aggressive sellers kick in right here, it's immediately met by support down here. It's looking very squeezy right now. I might want to reduce. It's kind of looking like we're about to explode up. So I might just take this all the way off. Yeah. I don't love it anymore. It's looking like we're losing progress on the sell side. I'm not going to re-enter this. That being said, y'all, I think I'm going to go ahead and close it up. Hold on to my profits for today. Not risk anymore. Took 2 quick losses right there. Unfortunately, I'm seeing support build up at 24,152 with aggressive buyers above it. So my plan, to take this short didn't play out, unfortunately. And if you guys were trying to take that short, unfortunately, it's not working out right now, at least. The only other thing I was potentially looking for is if we get a retest up here at 24,200 and we fail, we could see a big dump. That's the only thing I would probably be looking for. But yeah, I'll probably get off the charts now, hold on to my profits, and give it a go tomorrow. So let me see who's in here. Born Again, Bud Fox, Cupid, Dr. Ninja, Franciardi, Haygards, Iger, Monster, Manchuanye, My Name, Real Spook, Rosenfeld, Ryan, Shay, Slice Bread, and XYZ. Appreciate you guys being in here and hanging out. Hope you guys had a safe trading day today. A little bit of a shitty session beyond this move in the morning, right? I mean, we've just been chopping around. It's been a little bit of a tough read, I think. Caught a couple of good trades, a couple of longs in here, a couple shorts. But anyway, be careful with this choppy price action. We've got a big news day tomorrow, even though it's a holiday day. Futures will be open. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm going to be on. Oh, you want to see? Okay, man. Let's check out. Let's get Mars in here so you can say bye. I'll be right back. You want to say hi too? You're such a good boy. And all right, Mars. You want to come say hi? That's a good boy. You guys gotta see Coda and Mars play together. Hey, you guys saw that? I showed you guys a video off my phone, right? Hey, thank you, boy. That's a good boy. Hey, Coda. Oh yeah, be careful. Be careful. Hey, you want to go outside, bud? You can go outside, Coda. Hey, Mars. Yeah, let me show you guys that video real quick. Wait. That's Mars biting on Coda's arm like a chicken bone. And Coda just lets him. I think Coda's about to get up and let him have it. Anyway, that's a super long video. I'll try and find a better clip of it with more action here. Let me see if I can just fast forward. Hang on. There you go. Damn it, doing the same thing. Hang on. There, you can see that. There you go. Anyway, that's enough Coda and Mars time. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna head out. We're gonna go see that movie Project Hail Mary. I'll let you know. You guys know how it goes. Would be super sick if this starts dumping from here, huh? But anyway, hope you guys catch some good trades. Be careful, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace out.